Okay, back with more Shin Megami Tensei 1. See if I can figure out where to go here. So... there's a couple places I can check out. Try this staircase around the corner here. Around the other side, okay. Wendigo, what do you want? Gun damage seems okay. Probably worth having talked to Ozawa then. Doing an auto now. Bead from a goblin seems really good. A sad man being used by Ozawa. Soul Diver. Sorry for bitching about this to you. Okay, so presumably that's a event flag. Another place here we want to explore. Southeast of Shinjuku is the other one. Should I go do that? Save real quick. This is exactly what Shinjuku is like. Okay, so I gotta go in this, like, bar, I think. Alright. Pay the cover charge. Extremely normal wallpaper pattern here. Whoops. Ozawa's Crooked Ways. Let's talk if we're still alive later. There is no one here. Okay, so maybe now if I go talk to Ozawa, something new will happen. He was in the southwest of Shinjuku, I think. Don't go to Roppongi. Necropolis. The ruler of Shinjuku, Mr. Ozawa, is so dreamy. Count fears the pot. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Now let's go to the southwest corner. Actually, let's save first, because it's likely there's a boss fight coming up. I want to make sure I summon all my monsters right before the boss fight. I really like that demons don't level up in this. Which is up here. I guess we don't know if he's going to say anything different. Might have to go to Shibuya first. You haven't changed at all. Okay, so I'll dive, then I'll come back with summons, I guess. Well, you only fight him after you talk to other people and find out that he sucks. Okay. So, not meant to be able to beat him. I need more power to beat Ozawa. Fuse the demon, you'll no longer be human. Make sure he's not like, okay, no. Gun's fine. Mean of them to actually reduce my health there. I suppose that's another event flag. That's a lot of guys, though. Hold on. Gun's probably still the way to go here. Yes, please. Alright, try going back to the northeast corner, I guess. So I can go ahead and have B heal here. Resting is really just to get MP back. Okay, so still nothing new from that. I can go try talking to the other guy. I was talking about Ozawa. Gotta pay the cover charge, but it should be fine. Goblins, kind of a waste of time to fight. Great gear, auto battle, pay attention to enemies, follow guide for stat distribution. You have a warp from Shinjuku to Shibuya. There's a lady you have to rescue with a yellow dot in Shibuya. Okay. Let's check the dude in this corner first, I guess. Pay the cover charge. There's no one here. Okay, well, maybe I have to meet that guy again somewhere. No idea if I still have to do anything in Shinjuku or if I just flipped enough event flags that I can do things in Shibuya now. I guess there's other places to explore on the world map too. Bye. Sure. Oh, when the guy was like, I want to fuse with the demon, he meant that formal mechanic. I thought it was going to be like a story fusion thing. couple of them here, right? Hold on, I have the colors written down somewhere. Purple in the top left, I think. He just picks one at random. Does it affect his stats at all, which one he takes? So we want him to take a shit demon, right? Doesn't really matter. I prefer him to take a lemur or a zumi, I guess. I'm gonna hyper safe skim it. Gotta review what spells they have. You can see their status without summoning them. Zan, Secunda, Makajama. Okay, so lemur would be like ideal. Triad has Medea, so I'm gonna lose Triad. Izumi also has Medea, and I think Orneas also has Medea. Mazio. 1 second, Andrea's calling me. Sorry about that. Andrea hit a curb and kicked up a rock and busted something. It's going to be expensive to fix. We're trying to figure out how we're going to deal with it. What was I doing? I'm trying to find this demon summoning place. Down the car, she's fine. Okay, looks like you picked the same one, so maybe I'm just host. Kind of a cool event to happen, though. It's like deliberately unfair. I wonder if you can force him to fuse with a specific one. Maybe he won't pick the ones that you've summoned. One sec. Let's see. In the past. One sec. Caught that even by surprise. Okay. So I wasn't sure it was going to give me a boss fight here. I should have summoned beforehand, but I can do it now. $24 damage, not amazing. Try wind. Damn, he gets a lot of stuff here. Does he need Makara Karn? Makara Karn lasts until a turn activates it, or does it just last one turn? So if the enemy doesn't use magic, it gets wasted. Okay, now it's Zio. Okay, no worries. $48 damage from Agilao is pretty good. Well, I guess it was on the one that didn't have... I mean, what happens when a demon dies? I can have to pay to revive them, is that right? I think if he's electrocuted, that means he doesn't get to attack, right? He doesn't do fire magic. Andrea's calling again, sorry. Sorry, the auto body guide seems a little sketchy. So we're looking into getting a second opinion for the fix. Okay, so Marukaja doesn't work over multiple turns. Good to know. Medea and keep doing Tarukaja. Holy fuck, Jesus. I guess that's a physical attack. That was before Medea got off too. Awful. Just to go with try to kill him as fast as possible here. I don't know if Secunda's even worth doing, to be honest. We said the max stacks is 4. Hey, okay. All right, so we wanted to alternate int, vit, agility. And I wanted vit to be slightly higher, which it is right now. It feels weird giving int to the main character, but it's like a feat tax. I need to spend points on it to be able to negotiate with demons. Theo is magic, vit, agility. Let's get magic ahead by 1, I guess. We learn a new spell. Strike Ozawa down. I'm already leaning chaos, right? Wait, did I get the worst case scenario where I, like, because I hesitated, he left the party? What are the different outcomes of that? He leaves either way. Okay. What the item I just got was... oh, it's like a key item, it looks like. Not unequipable. So I wanted to do a lot of farming. I should have done it when I had 3 characters. That's clever. So then I can leave? Voice calls out to your mind at every full moon. Girl in Shibuya. Okay, that's what I needed. Alright, let's save and then go to Shibuya. We await your next visit. Okay, so this was the icon on the bottom, I think. That's the exit. Thanks. To like stare at this map to see how to get over there. I think I see. These maps would work better if they didn't have to fill in every single square, right? I mean, I'm guessing it's to save space on the NES. This is a Game Boy Advance remake. Sucks not having a third character. I wanted him to heal, so it's kind of unfortunate. Dark rooms, pain in the butt. Guys will give a ton of money drops anyway. It's funny and very mean. Telling Andrew to get a second opinion from another body shop in town. It's like a really small piece that came off the bottom of the car. A kingdom to have mechanics I could trust. We got that guy. This is around where I fell before. One of these have an empty treasure chest. The NES Megami Tensei is pretty much just like this, though, right? It's also monster summoning, first-person dungeon crawler, post-apocalyptic Japan, something something. It's funny for, like, of all of the franchises to be kind of directly inspired by this, or to be Pokemon. Please save the Messiah. Okay. Oh, I never rezzed people, did I? Shoot. Don't have res magic yet, right? Well then, let's get into her mind. Creepy Mind Dungeon. Those hard to come by? I don't think I have any. Magic Incense should go on... It's one of the characters, right? Either character B or character D. D, okay. Being a game over in here would suck pretty bad. Decent gun damage, but lots of health, it looks like. Oh, is it not obvious? Or it's a really big dungeon, I guess. Is this gun? Sleep bullets are crazy good, it seems like. Yeah, Megami Tensei 1 is as old as I am. Always do gun first, see how much damage it does if I haven't seen it before. Can get put to sleep, takes decent damage. These guys are way nastier though. This dungeon sucks. Okay, this sucks. Don't strike with the sword. Lesson learned. A was charmed. Mazan just sucks ass, I guess. This is bad. Here's paralysis. Cause enemies to go into panic. We need to get some of them to die here. Is charm guaranteed to cause me to attack my own allies, or not necessarily? Stop increasing your defense. Jesus. Okay, no worries. Must be immune to sleep, too. That fight sucks. I think I'm gonna get out of here and save really quick. Nightmare. Yeah, that's great. Lots of XP for an easy kill, too. Please take a ton of damage from gun. It's pretty good. So, like, the amount of mag you get from each battle scales as you get further into the game, but the amount of mag it costs to keep your summons out is pretty static. So you just kind of eventually get to a point where you always have enough mag to afford to keep your demons out all the time. I think I've asked that before, but I didn't write the answer down. Dungeons like precision designed to be as annoying as humanly possible. I no longer have access to a free heal, right? Now that the apocalypse has happened. I can go pay for one. One of the different, like, alignment healers can do it for money. They restore my MP as well, right? Although right now it's kind of, the idea that you get a full heal including MP when you level up is a really interesting, maybe not intentional design choice. I mean, it's obviously intentional, but I don't know if they like really thought about like what that means for the gameplay. Because it kind of means that for like regular dungeon exploration, you don't want to be too high of a level, because if you're too high of a level, you're not going to get enough XP to gain level ups to restock you without having to leave. Which is good, I think. Because it discourages you from overly grinding, which I think is probably for the best for a game like this, but it doesn't feel like that's like super deliberate that that's the way that it works. I really badly need to play Wizardry, I think. I know very little about it. I don't know if it's going to be like a nightmare to play, or I'm going to play it and be like fucking blown away like Thief or something, right? And want to play through the whole franchise. But it's a very, like, insanely important gap in my gaming knowledge. I only know it by reputation. Should save first before I try to go heal him. Also see how close B is to a level up here. might be able to squeeze out a level. Just wanted to save all the enemies I've already fought, right? The idea of the different party members swapping in and out is kind of a cool one. Oh, but I should res my dead summons, so that's a good reason to find a healer. Holy fuck, that's expensive. Okay. Really don't want to let them die. What's energy drain? It's a concerning term, because, like, in old school D&D, that's like getting your, like, losing levels, losing XP. I notice I had an ability that prevents energy drain as well. Okay. $4K for a revive, holy fuck. And I don't want to do any grinding until I get a third party member again. Yeah, it kind of puts you in these like really dangerous windows where you have fewer characters and the game's way harder. It's kind of like the beginning of Earthbound, but like over and over for the whole game. Before you get Paula in your party, Earthbound is like way, 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 way harder. It's not even that Paula is like a particularly powerful party member, just that now you have two characters, right? So you get twice as many actions and twice as many targets for the enemy to select, almost more importantly. HP and MP absorption. Five Rusalkas are 1/20th of the money to resurrect a single demon. Jesus. I think I saw that when I was picking up Super Famicom games in Japan. I almost own every Super Nintendo game that I like on Super Famicom now, because so many of them are like dirt cheap. It's like $6 per game on average. I'm gonna go this way and then up. Oh, is it something different in Digital Devil Story? These guys were good to farm, if I recall correctly. Yeah, they drop a good amount of money if you encounter more than one at a time. I don't really want to, like, overly farm, but I would like to get the money back I just spent on rezzing. I guess that means it's really important for me to get a res ability, because it saves, like, tens of thousands of... Is it Maka? Drains levels and XP, yeah. It's interesting that they're all, like... The Shin Megami Tensei 1 is already kind of a compromised vision in that respect. They're already starting to make, like, little quality of life streamlining. Like, it sucks to lose levels. Like, yeah, it does. Maybe that's part of what makes it interesting. I'll have to play more of these games to form a final opinion on it, but kind of my vibe right now is that every new entry in Shin Megami Tensei, and especially in Persona, which is it's kind of like its main objective is to be Fisher-Price Shin Megami Tensei, undercuts what makes the early games work. I think maybe you could like implement the higher quality authored dungeons. This is an authored dungeon. It's just kind of lame because it's this big first person grid, right? And it doesn't have any cool puzzles like Grimrock or something. So I think you could add that without like harming the identity of the game. But a lot of the other like streamlining stuff in the later games make the game feel worse. Even stuff that's not streamlining, just like, oh, you should like level up your demons, I think is really, really, really bad for the game. I think leveling up Pokemon is kind of bad for the game, actually. This game makes me realize that. I'm always trying to put my finger on like what kind of sucks about Pokemon, and I think that XP is a big part of it. I want to peek into the alternate reality where like so many games weren't based on Dungeons and Dragons, and experience didn't become such a like pillar for so long, where it's like added without thought almost a lot of the time. Yeah, I'd be interested in it. I feel like, and this is sad, but it's like almost more likely that I'm gonna like Persona games the further back we go. Like I feel like the likelihood that I'm going to enjoy Persona 6 whenever that comes out is near zero, but... I knew the boy named A would come to rescue me. Well, I gotta explore the rest of your mind dungeon, ma'am. To like do that in multiple different rooms in here, I guess is the idea, or is that enough of an event flag? I don't know if I should mark that room. I have no other need for my marks at the moment, I guess, so... Make sure I use up his MP to heal before he levels up here. One of the most, like, impactful holy shit moment YouTube videos I've ever seen is that Matt Colville video where he talks about how first edition D&D was, like, conceptualized as a survival horror game. And so a lot of he's not even really talking about it to talk about how modern D&D feels stupid by comparison. He's mostly just using it to talk about, like, this is why there's this weird specific pack of items, right? Like, this is why you always have like a 10-foot pole and a mirror and stuff, because you needed to use that stuff to like peek around corners. You didn't turn the corner and like die instantly, right? But that conceptualization of first edition D&D is this like survival horror game where death is essentially certain. Your like local dungeon master is running this game in the lunchroom every day, or you know, in the office, and you have like a rotating group of people who join in and they make a character, and then their character dies in 15 minutes, and so they make another character and they try to play with the next one and see how long they can survive. And like virtually everything that's happened to D&D since then is like fundamentally incompatible with that kind of game, which is fine. Like, you don't have to keep making a survival horror game if you don't want to, but it's still like the foundation is still that, and that foundation is in like deep tension. Yeah, there must be 3 of these, right? Oh, I just went in the same room from the other direction. Never mind. Okay. I should just run away from these. Too much of a hassle to kill. Oh, she can be put to sleep, just very rarely. Okay. It's a pretty big resource save if it lands, though. About to get a level up on B. I think a lot of the things that I find very frustrating about modern Dungeons & Dragons, I also find frustrating about Shin Megami Tensei. The problem is, well, it's not really a problem, but because D&D is a tabletop RPG and it's like so... The quality of a typical game of D&D is heavily dependent on who you're playing with, like who's in your group, who your dungeon master is, and like what your dungeon master's house rules are. It's very possible to overcome the stuff that sucks about D&D with house rules, right? I'm gonna go save again. But you don't have that with Shin Megami Tensei or Persona, right? It's just changes that they've made are just the changes that they've made. Keep making the same mistake. But if somehow, like 5th edition D&D, you were forced to always play it exactly rules as written, and there was no opportunity for your DM and your group to try to fix stuff that sucked, I think I would despise it as a game. It's unfortunate because I really like the idea of D&D a lot, but it feels like turbo cursed. Okay. Wanted to land in that hole. This game has already done a ton of stuff that I think is really good. Like, I think your party member stealing one of your demons and fusing with him is great. I think him, like, randomly leaving the party afterward is good. The part where you, like, you have all this money and then the apocalypse happens and then they're like, yeah, that money is worthless now. That was really good. I guess they give you the equivalent of it so you don't, like, lose it, but... From a story perspective, it's cool when it happens. It does a much better job, I think, of conveying, like, this is obviously meant to be deliberately unfair. Which is the thing that the games I've played from Shin Megami Tensei and Persona have always failed to communicate to me because of all of the, like, quality of life features they've added to them over the years. I probably mentioned this in the last SMT episode, but I've since played both Fear and Hunger games, which are probably in my, like, top 10 games of all time. They're so fucking good. And I think Fear and Hunger is what people like about Shin Megami Tensei. It, like, leans so heavily into the horror RPG thing, and leans so heavily into the, like, every single encounter is fucking lethal. Like, you're gonna die. if you manage to get into a random encounter with an enemy you've never fought before and win, like, count your lucky stars, because now you have information that you can use in the future, right? Get it in that game. Shit. Probably should turn off auto here so I don't shoot myself to death here. Oh, it can't attack anyway. Do not put it in strength. Thank you. I need to, like, farm those Messian guys. They give a shitload of XP and money. If I can get, like, a group of 6 of them, that would be great. I guess Undertale tries to, like, take the demon negotiation aspect of Shin Megami Tensei and, like, really lean into that without really having any of the horror stuff. And I think it works in Undertale. Undertale kind of envisions the demon negotiation as, like, itself kind of a cute, unique minigame, right? Hey, thanks, Leon. It's like you're doing this characterization thing where you're negotiating with the monsters in Undertale, and whenever you don't succeed, you're playing this unique bullet hell minigame that's associated with whatever answer you selected. So, like, even if you're not picking the right answers, you're still getting unique, interesting gameplay every time you're wrong, which is cool. I hate this dungeon. It's like I almost need to not talk to be able to navigate it successfully. Okay, I think we're on the right track. Thank you, Spiky. 100. That's insane. I think it goes further back to Patreon too, but yeah, appreciate that. Oh, I'm trying to mention this more often. I'm really bad at doing, like, radio call sign stuff, but my website, Marstead.com, got a gigantic update this morning. Rorok has been going ham on adding a bunch of features to the site. It's almost completely replaced the spreadsheet. We don't have the sub-block page set up yet, but everything else is on there. And there's a ton of cool stuff on there now. You can authenticate with Twitch. If you're a subscriber, you can add all your discounts, and they get assigned automatically instead of having to wait a month for me to apply them. So check that out. Let me know if you run into any bugs. The game seems much more generous with handing out beads. I wonder, in talking about, like, Undertale, maybe it's like RTS games for me, where I sort of feel like the RTS has a whole bunch of gameplay loops which, when isolated, are cool. Like, I like that Against the Storm game that's like, this is just the economy part of an RTS. That's kind of what a city builder is, I guess, right? Or a tower defense game, this is just the unit placement sentry part of an RTS. So there's all these, like, cool, like, sub-gameplay loops that are interesting in their own right, but which are kind of anti-synergistic with each other if they exist in the same game. So, like, Fear and Hunger does the horror RPG thing in a way that fucking rules. But doesn't really have the... I guess it does have... You can, like, talk to monsters and stuff. You don't, like, recruit them necessarily, or if you do, I never ran into it in my playthrough. I guess I don't really like the... Maybe it's a downside of having played Undertale first. Because Undertale makes such an interesting, unique minigame of the negotiation process. Whereas all these games, it feels like it's just like, oh, I don't know, the knight family of monsters wants you to be kind of a dick to them, right? Instead of it being unique to each monster, or those monsters having, like, unique dialogue. And then there's this kind of, like, frustrating RNG element to it, where it's like you pick an option when you're talking to them, and instead of it being like, okay, so this specific family of monster wants you to select this option whenever they ask you this question from this pre-generated list of questions, it's like if you select this answer, you get like a charisma bonus to a check, but it's still like rolling a die in the background to determine success. So it makes it very difficult to realize through normal blind gameplay, like, oh, this kind of monster likes this kind of behavior, you know what I mean? Because the randomness aspect, like, you almost have to read a guide to pick up on that. And I guess they have the advantage of, like, you're fighting this monster 70, 80, 100 times or whatever, so maybe you're going to get enough opportunities to learn it, but... that might be pretty core to what, that's... So go both directions, let's see. Might be pretty core to what works well with Undertale and Fear and Hunger, that it's like, well, you're going to have all these unique monsters, but each unique monster you're going to fight a maximum of like 5 times, maybe. Call it prize for a warp point, I guess. Everything they ask you, they just join you. I don't mind it being kind of obtuse and weird. I just think the randomness aspect doesn't really work. It ends up turning it into, like, guide bait. That's pretty cool. So kind of like Undertale in that regard. This game still works, like, way, way, way better than any other SMT or Persona game I've played. Like, it's obviously still really janky, and it definitely shows its age. Like, this, compared to a lot of its SNES contemporaries, it's not a JRPG that I would be, like, super pumped to play again, but I can kind of see what it's going for better. Instead of just being, like, endlessly frustrated with, why is it fucking like this? Which is how I feel when I play Persona. I think there's another game that kind of has this problem where early on it's kind of fucked up and arguably sort of bad, but that, like, every attempt to fix the stuff that's kind of bad just makes the game worse. I'm gonna be 3 ahead on Vit. those are all fake is the idea. Yeah. Quality, the editing is deteriorated. Persona would benefit a lot from being a third its length. Sure. I got it, Arthur. I'll play it. Going to be automating those so that the website does it automatically soon, but for now I just have a queue that I do once a month and apply them. Fuck, man. I have Mazanma now. Auto battle makes so much more sense. I feel like stuff like press turn was a bad idea. Lack of press turn, demons don't level. Good choices. Or not even really a good choice, it's just like the later choice wasn't good for the game, I don't think. Oh, that's fucking annoying. Okay, finish exploring the blue area, I guess. Game Boy Advance can only support 4 coordinate dots. Come on, game, it's like a fucking text file. I guess I'll be able to find out when it gets in the southwest corner of Shibuya. Oh, it's 8? Okay, well, that's better. Making sure there's not some other path I'm neglecting. Oh, southwest corner. I gotta check it. I don't really know what the load-bearing thing is that makes Fear and Hunger kick ass for me, but Persona annoy the fuck out of me. I think it's probably a confluence of several things. The biggest one is probably just like the number of times that you're expected to repeat something, right? Because it's in Fear and Hunger, like if you figure out this enemy, if you don't cut off this enemy's arm by the end of turn 2, you die. Like, it's a huge reveal because there's only like 3 or 4 copies of that enemy in the whole game, and if you eventually die somewhere else and have to load your save and have to fight that enemy again. It's like huge knowledge is progression information to know how to get past them the next time. Or like you can have a run that ends in failure, but it wasn't failure because you learned all of these like things about enemies, and like that. Why is that different than Persona? This enemy is weak to wind or whatever, and wind gives you enough press turns and you just shut them down before they can damage you. I think it's because you have to do it like 50 fucking times. You have to fight that enemy 50 times, and it's just like it's this trivial non-puzzle. It stops feeling like you're solving a puzzle because it's just this information that you have that you're inputting over and over. And I guess maybe that gives some people dopamine. It doesn't for me. I guess even in Fear and Hunger, like knowing I need to take out their arm before turn 2 or I'm dead, it doesn't like trivialize it because I'm not guaranteed to be able to take out their arm, right? There's so many other floating mechanics around it that could cause them to miss, them to get an unlucky critical hit on me or whatever. And I'm like, I'm describing it and I'm like, but that just sounds like Shin Megami Tensei. That's what everybody says they like about SMT, that you walk into a boss fight and they back attack you and crit you 3 times and now you're fucking dead, idiot. Like, welcome to the game. Don't you like hard games? I can't put my finger on it. I'll keep thinking about it as I play this game, but it rules in Fear and Hunger. It totally clicks with me. I completely get it. The mental overhead of remembering who to keep someone on hand who has a wind spell in your constantly rotating party. That's probably part of it. Yeah. Because Fear and Hunger, different playthroughs, you're going to end up with different party members. But, like, which party members you have is kind of it's sort of outside your control. Because it's got this almost like epiphany puzzler aspect to the gameplay where a lot of the party members you don't even know are going to be recruitable party members, and when you find that, it's like this huge surprise, right? You don't have this like standby list of 7 or 8 characters or whatever. You were born with the destiny to become the Messiah. More stuff from her psyche. So like knowing that this character that I have in my party has a spell that is a hard counter to this difficult enemy if I target their leg, right? Doesn't feel like this is kind of like rote annoying, fuck, I gotta swap in this character now and cast their wind spell, you know? Like it costs you something to have the character that has the right tool for the job. And I guess here, to give credit to Shin Megami Tensei 1, it does feel like there's a bit of the, like, if I want to have a monster out, like, it's expensive for me to just have the monster. I can't just, like, sub it in and sub it out at will. If I just want to have it available in every battle, I'm going to regret this, aren't I? This could be bad. Probably dead. Non-boss, non-event battle. Ow. There's someone that wanted Medea first, so that if she gets hit, we're just fucked. Yeah, like that. And they can't use items. Jesus. Great if I could put her to sleep. Uh-oh. Curses they dodged. Agility is what helps with enemies dodging. I guess comp, it can't go wrong for me. Fuck. Wow, horrible. I think all of my Medea summons are gonna get one shot by her. Jesus. Curses they dodged. Bye, Dryad. Oh, B's not cursed or charmed anymore. Curses they dodged. It's gonna cost me so much money to revive all my guys here. Shouldn't have summoned any of them. It sure is a sprite. Is charm ever gonna wear off of A? Just failing a roll for it to come off every turn. Ow. Alright, that sucked though. You learned a new spell. Is it revive? Oh, you're missing out. Fear and Hunger is like fucking insanely good. Holy shit. Okay, I think I'm gonna end up, yeah, I'm gonna spend more money than I've earned being in here reviving all my summons. What did B learn? Oh, thank Christ. 24 MP. Guess I can't do it for all of them. That's wild, though. It's like huge savings of money. I'm gonna save the rest for diorama. Oh man, I already got spun around here. I think we gotta go this way. No. How did I get in here? Hold on. Oh, it must be I didn't mark the other warp. Only the entrance to the warp, not the destination. Ooh-wee, okay. So, like, the markers I made are actually as useless as they could possibly be, I think. And kind of infer which one's going to be the warp, I guess. It's going to be, yeah, I think I can see it. It's like shaped like a P. Dead-end room. Got the James Bond chord progression. Okay, so I think we go like this. Should check what's in those empty rooms. There haven't been any chests in this dungeon, but... How is the cost for healing at a healer calibrated? Is it based on like how much MP they're recovering for you? Or is it a fixed amount based on level or something? Okay. So you don't need to like, to get good value from it, you don't have to wait until the character is completely out of MP. Necessarily. I wonder if that means I can walk through the north now if I'm not going to get that division anymore. Nope. Teeny mini map. Even if it was just like all the adjacent squares, it would do a lot in this. At least there's no enemies on the way out. The pitch black whirlpool of malice has disappeared. Duty. Cool knee pads. All right, you get the magic incense. Oh, they're fucking with me. They're putting her second on this list. Wait, maybe I'm not reading that right. Are you saying that it's better to heal and then request healing? Or that it's better to just let it heal you to full? Diorama Mapper. Okay. She's got Medea. Teleport you to the last visited save point. That seems pretty fucking useful. Watch that, like, not work everywhere where you really need it to work. One sec. So weird that it shows her second on the list there. 6,000. Okay, may as well pay to get it back here. Oh, that's like so much cheaper. It cost me like, it would have cost me like 25,000 money to res all of them, but it only cost me 420 to just cast Samara Karm a bunch of times and then get my MP back. Okay. That's kind of cool though. Stuff like that I like. I like when a game is structured in such a way that early on something is like a really huge problem and then later on it becomes trivialized. I guess there's like an element of mastery there that you'd have to realize, oh wow, Samara Karm is like a huge money saver. A lot of games like Terraria and Subnautica and Grounded are all about doing that. Like, here's this problem that's a big issue early on, and then eventually you kind of just automate it and don't have to think about it anymore. I think it's a good trade-off too, because Samara Karm's like super expensive, so it's not like you can just like freely res your dudes in the field without any cost, but maybe if you're about to level up, you can. Okay. Actually don't think I have any breadcrumbs at this point. Rescuing D was the big thing. It was the guy I was supposed to talk to after killing Ozawa, but he said I'd like meet him somewhere else. I don't think it's anywhere in Shinjuku. I could just go outside and explore outside is something I can do. Basically something I have to Google, right, to see what the best use of it is. I probably need to equip her, don't I? Do that first, I guess. She needs everything. Okay. I have this awful suspicion that I'm about to get Dragon Quested. That if I go buy her gear right now, that whatever new area I just unlocked by getting her in my party is going to have slightly better gear. That's a little bit more expensive. She needs better gear now. Fuck, man. I want to die. I guess it's easy enough to just like run in a circle and grind for money. It's easier than grinding for XP. She can't use a lot of it, okay. You kill one of the shopkeepers? Just confirm that's what everyone has equipped right now. I think it is. There's an NPC, okay. Spaz 10. It would be super mean if he killed the gun merchant, so if you didn't already have a gun purchased. Andrea went to a different mechanic body shop and they quoted her half as much and are like fixing part of it for free right now. So I was like, hate getting scammed by mechanics. It makes me so mad. I know it happened. Well, it just happened to her. It happened to me a bunch of times. I remember one time I went to a shop to get an oil change and they stripped the threading on my oil pan. And so I was like, what the fuck? Like, I've only ever gotten oil changes from you. Here's the transaction history saying that you're the only one who could have possibly done this. And they're like, well, we're going to charge you $2,000 to fix this thing that we did. And then like one of my friends who was a mechanic had his dad look at it and his dad charged me $50 and fixed it. It just kind of like horrified me for life. Like, I know it can happen too, because it's like, if you've ever seen your grandparents get scammed by Geek Squad or whatever, it's like, yeah, we'll charge you a $75 installation package to plug in an HDMI cable, right? I just hate how much of society is scams now. It's awful. All right. Hold on 1 second, just gonna ping Andrea. Yeah, I wish I had one I trusted. I recently have a HVAC guy, like a general contractor HVAC plumber guy who I trust, and it's like, it's so invaluable, right? Ho Niao. Ben is just headbutting the shit out of my microphone right now. Yes, Ben, you're a baby. Cannot be denied. Purple Snuggles. Random encounter rate is so high on the world map. I actually don't know what all I'm allowed to visit on the world map. Oh yeah, it's the worst when you have that chaos. You like have someone you trust and then you like move away from them. Yeah, it's tough. I'm like very acutely aware of like the gaps in my knowledge. Like I don't know anything about cars, right? I love those sleep bullets. Oh, but this guy's kind of nasty, isn't he? I could still win an auto battle. Yeah, and that's what happened just now is that Andrea has to get it through the dealer for that exact reason. And they're like, we don't do body work. You're going to have to go to this body shop that we recommend, which is a big red flag for me because dealerships are already like huge middlemen scammers, right? The darker brown area to the east looks non-traversal, but it is traversal. Thank you, Time Axis. Thought I pushed into it. Sorry. World map needs repels. Getting my steps in over here. That's a building I haven't been in. I think auto plays out at a fixed speed whether I'm mashing the buttons or not. Okay, that's good. It's wild how, like, auto battle makes perfect sense in this game. And it's like dog shit in every other Shin Megami Tensei / Persona game. It's like a death sentence in all of them because of the whole focus on the press turn system. Here it's like, yeah, you get into a lot of fights, and your gun's probably good enough to kill most of the easy ones. And you're not randomly going to get into a fight where you press auto battle and just accidentally kill your party on reflect. Heal really quick. Yeah. Not just like only ever doing a physical attack. There's a whole bunch of reasons why it works in this compared to it being dog shit in every other game. Level 35. Can I just not get around there? Oh, I guess I can go in this building down here. Gives me a bunch of money and XP, which is good. They were talking about it with Roppongi earlier. A spell that's basically just Pokemon Repel, I see. The thing that removes... It's not super crucial. probably should replace all my demons now. I'm just getting annihilated anyway. Place is so nice and peaceful. The demons don't attack us at all. Well, I'm sure that will stay true forever. Another D. Maybe they've set that up a couple times. These are the very tasteful wallpaper. Thank you.
Went all the way to Santa Fe, put up and it was I'm not very tall.
Could have just gone to Mike, I guess. You got Jimmy John's. Did you get your oil changed?
No.
Oh, they said no, they're not going to do the 50,000 miles.
Too early.
Okay. Well, you got Jimmy John's. Count red and count black spell. It said something about the count being weak to a pot. Become a body conian. I guess I don't have a Balm of Life. I thought I did, but... Super tasteful wallpaper. See if we can run into another shop here. Hey, Calic, how you doing? This way first. Alice. Victoria Day. We appreciate that they auto-mark the elevators. To be fair to this game's weird indoor labyrinths, this is what it feels like to walk through some of the shops in Tokyo. It's like Mandrake shop, exactly. There's even more space in here, though. To a retro game store called Super Potato that has a bunch of games. And they have like this giant shelf full of Super Famicom games, but Super Famicom games don't have anything printed on the spine. So if you want to see what all the games are, you have to like pull each of them out one by one and look at the box art. But it's like this really, really tiny shop, so there's only enough room for like one person to walk abreast along the aisles. So if you like are in the aisle like searching for a game, you're like in the way of everyone that's in there. So I had to go there like 5 different times throughout the trip to search for all the stuff I was looking for, so I didn't like my anxiety of being the annoying gaijin taking up the whole aisle didn't get to me too bad. They also had the problem where they like everything was sorted by the first sound in the title, which I know my hiragana, so I was able to find games based on that. But then it's like, did they put all the super games, the games that start with super as the first word in the same section? They sure did. I would have just been like Super Metroid is with the M's, right, with the ME sound. But nope, the super section was like fucking 50 times larger than every other section and was mostly like 100 copies of the same game. Super Potato is a cool store, though. I'd recommend it if you ever go to Tokyo. So you can get a Super Famicom for like 50 bucks, and then basically every good Super Famicom game for $6 a piece, with a couple exceptions that are a little bit more expensive. And Super Famicom games all work on an actual SNES, so if you have an SNES, you just have to like pull a tab out of it, and the Super Famicom games will just run natively on it, which is kind of cool. Just want to have explored everything in case there are shops here. That one's a bit more expensive. That was like 70 bucks. Hey, you love to get another save point / warp point. About time. I know, right? I guess there are shops, but they're all disabled right now. Story reasons. Let's go downstairs first. He was caught in a trap. Well, that sucks. Poison a light status ailment? No. Not in my party at the moment. Fused with a demon and left. It's a fucking mean area. Glancing pots. Is there somewhere I can go to look at what items do? Because I have to do it in combat, huh? Oh, it's a key item. Okay. This is a funny floor. Okay. That one was trapped. Oh, but that they didn't actually take the damage. Weird. It was bugged. Oh, fuck that. That's way worse. What's the kind of enemy I'm not allowed to recruit at this time? Dark Elemental? I can't negotiate with them or fuse into them, something like that. Can't negotiate, but you can fuse. Okay. Okay, I gotta go to that northeast corner. Better be done with this floor, though. Damn. So suddenly B and D have their MP back. What's that all about? All right. Never come to this floor again. Let me put that in the future Marstead notes. Roppongi, B1, you have no reason to return. Okay. Actually, I should go to 1F and save, just so I don't have to do that again. Okay. Thought I was gonna deal with the red count, but this is a substantially more annoying floor. In that case, let's go back down to B1 really quick just to mark where he is. I think I remember. Pretty sure that's right. More traps on this floor. I think if most of the like towns and dungeons weren't completely filled in, it would go a really long way to like making this game age better. It's not so bad when it's like an actual dungeon with lots of encounters and like rooms to find and stuff to do, but when you have like an area like this that doesn't have any encounters and like most of the rooms are just empty dead ends, it feels kind of silly. Whoops. I need to fix their order in the list. I don't understand why D is before B. Okay, well, I can just do that, I guess. It affects the targeting. Spell has sealed the door shut. Already got it. I think there are some traps that just damage you without a pop-up. Let's see. Jump on the main character unless if it's magic incense. So I can't get to the center yet because of the sealed door, right? Sure I'm not missing a path somewhere. Oh, this area sucks. Okay. And we're into the other count on the third floor. Actually really interested how they like plan out a Shin Megami Tensei game, because I feel like everyone, so I played Digital Devil Saga 4 and this one, and then 3 Persona games, which aren't quite as bad in this regard, but it feels like they have like a kind of broad outline of like someone sits down and says, okay, you're gonna go to Roppongi and you're gonna talk to the 2 different counts, Count Red and Count Black, and you're gonna have to find the special pot that's their weakness or whatever, right? So they write that down, and then it's like, well, if that's all we have, then this quest is gonna take like 4 minutes. So we need to find a way to like stretch that as thin as we possibly can, you know? And I just don't get that feeling from a lot of other JRPGs. Like, I guess Final Fantasy IV's dungeons are pretty long and can drag sometimes, but all the areas feel pretty distinct from each other. They all have different music, right? Sometimes you'll have multiple story events inside the dungeon. They're pretty good about that in Final Fantasy V, having watched Andrea play that again recently. That's definitely what like Digital Devil Saga felt like to me, is this really, really long-ass dungeon and then like a big burst of story. Another really long-ass dungeon. Oh, some of the traps, when they blow you up, they recover your MP. That's what's going on. Okay. That's cool. Thanks, Alice. Glad I ran into you. I didn't come here first and get confused. No reason to give strength incense to A, though, right? Do we say that sometimes it's worth giving a couple points of strength to people? Hold on. Save it when I get C back in my party, I guess. Sure. And given that the protagonist can only use guns or attack physically, it might be good to have it not be completely useless. That's just something you can get from any shop. I'll use it on the protagonist then. Okay, thank you. Right, yeah. At least Persona 5 has authored dungeons, right? Like, it's like so much fucking worse than those other Persona games where you're just doing these procedural dungeons. It's just like, this is fucking horrible. And then you still have the procedural dungeon in Persona 5. That is third floor. There are a couple allegations about games that I really don't like making. They make me feel icky to suggest it. The one that I think bothers me the most is suggest that a game deliberately has content that's just there to waste your time, to just inflate the playtime. I think a lot of the times games have too much content for other more interesting reasons than just, you know, this kind of cynical desire by the developer to inflate the runtime, but the dungeons in games like this feel like they're here to make the game be longer. It's like, we need to get you into more random battles, so you have to be running around somewhere, but we don't really have any ideas for, like, a fun place to run around, right? Like, it's kind of a cool touch to be like, hey, there's no enemies in this whole place, right? Because of the barrier. So I guess they're like, well, maybe instead of enemies, we're going to put, like, traps. They have this really interesting problem where they put the traps in there, and then it seems like they realize that the traps are kind of annoying, so they add the other trap that damages you but recovers your MP to full. But that kind of, like, undercuts the entire concept of the traps in the first place. don't remember which shop is the junk shop, so I'm just gonna check all of them. Yeah, that'd be nice. Another one of those backup, I guess. Banner, you being a silly kitty? I might take a quick break to feed him in like 18 minutes. Back to the 3rd floor. That'd be nice. Persona 5 is really bad with it. Benedict. Oh, sorry, he's stepping on my capture card. We have audio back. Okay. I'm gonna go feed him now so he stops doing that. Be right back. Bad kitty acts out and then gets rewarded for it because he's a baby. Okay. I feel like I'm grateful that this map exists because the map wasn't in the Super Nintendo version, right? But at the same time, it's like they tried to make a map that is like the least clear. Having like light green with dark green for depicting doors is a choice. Oh, it's awful. Will you die for me? Whoa. Belial was sealed in the pot. He just fuck you up then, I guess. Nobody can use spells. I'm just fucked, aren't I? Well, that sucks. I'm not allowed to check the map anymore because I'm paralyzed. I can't do anything in combat, right? Computer is not in a usable condition. Everyone goes all out and dies due to being paralyzed. Do I have an item that removes this? Oh, but nobody can use items. Dude, I'm so dependent on the map. At least it still lets you escape. If you give it to her, does she not paralyze your whole party? Little skeevy weirdos. Shit. Oh, did it finally wear off? Okay, I didn't think it actually wore off ever. That's insanely mean to make it so that you can't even check the map when you're paralyzed. Wow. I kind of like that, though. Anytime the game does something that's, like, really mean like that, I am a fan. Makes for at least a memorable moment, right? Okay. Go try to get B back. Nobody can use spells. What status does she have right now? Paralyze. Gonna get more of these, I guess. And what was the yellow zap status from before? Bound. Sound like synonyms. Do all status effects eventually wear off on their own? Do they have like a thing where every turn they're rolling to see if they wear off or not? And like walking counts as a turn or something? So we want to be on the bottom floor. Nibiros. Cool glowing eyes, dog. Ooh, not great. Okay. Lightning's all the damage I can do. I guess I keep doing his Yanga just to try to zap him. Damage his ass though, I'd rather shoot the gun. Doesn't it take forever? I could try summoning one of my guys, but I think my demons are all weak enough that I basically get one shot by this person. I guess I should summon my guy who can do... Did they die and I didn't get around to res? I think Momonofu has... stat buff. Well, he's not dead, okay. When did Momonofu lose all his MP? What the fuck? How bad is MP recovery in this game? Pretty bad. Okay, well, I can buy another one of those. Well, it barely heals anything, wow. Okay, it's a pretty significant increase in damage dealt. already doing double damage. Jesus. $25 damage last time, I think. They give a lot of bosses like party-wide attacks. It's kind of mean. Randomly just die to Muto too, right? See if they actually give me B back soon. Or if it's going to be A, C, and D. I do kind of like having no control over who's in your party. Hey. So D needs intelligence, magic, vit, and agility. Why does she need intelligence? It's like for status effect spells or something? Attained a candelabrum. My soul is free of his control. My only failure is save D from turning into a body conian. They just fucking kill my very strong party member with the resurrect ability. Horrible. No way to stop that from happening, I assume. Yeah, I'm going there. Curses, they dodged. The path to this save point is like, they made it as annoying as possible relative to the elevator. Worry about demons soon, but at the moment they seem kind of like a lot of trouble. I mostly just want one to buff the shit out of my party. It's like really tempting to use a guide for negotiations. Since I don't think I'll ever like figure it out during a normal blind playthrough. Yeah, they're easy to put to sleep at least. Am I supposed to be able to do something here? Was I supposed to do something sooner before coming here to rescue B? I assume someone's like calculated what options are preferred for each class of demon. Oops. Guess the barrier around the town should be gone now, so I can go in that building northeast of here. There's supposed to be something else in that central room that I'm missing. Gotcha. this way. Oh, right, there's a door here. I can even turn around. So no way to save the law hero in that sequence, right? Like, there has been one big story decision, which was the law versus chaos decision that led to the apocalypse. Yeah, because the apocalypse would have happened either way, but... No worries. Did I have to go back and talk to the Bodiconian D? Was that in Roppongi? That's what the story referenced, but I forgot where she was exactly, what floor she was on. Is it too late to do it, or can I go back and do it? Okay. You remember what floor? Is she just on the first floor? Okay. Try to do that real quick. Oh, because I already hit fight. Okay. I think 2 diorama. I think Medea is only mana efficient if I have at least 3 party members for it to hit. Outside of combat, anyway. I don't think this one is worth recruiting. I don't think it's a high enough level. Can't recruit machines either. No use talking to it, okay. Machines are humans, right? Start doing some fusions, maybe. She was in a dead-end room, maybe that one in the center-ish. Don't think she was in one of the shop rooms. Check those, though, in case they've changed. No one here. Teasing you with the shops is pretty mean. I don't think there she is. So I have to get a Balm of Life. Is there a shop that sells that? I thought I already had one, but... They all are obviously zombies now, it's funny. Maybe I just have to get one from a drop or something. And that's at the specific gem trading shop that's elsewhere. Pretty far from here, isn't it? Was it in Shibuya? Shinjuku, okay. Where does the accent go in Shinjuku, by the way? Is it Shinjuku? Not Shinjuku? Okay. I think I've heard Shibuya. It is Boo, right? Not Shi. Right, it's when you exit down here. Okay, I remember. It's the only way to get one, wow. I hate only having 2 party members. The game really loves to only give you 2 party members for long stretches. Okay. Area sucks. Won't listen. Okay. Jade ring. Like a key item again? Okay. What are the vision quests? Okay. I guess law points are maybe not undesirable because they get me closer to neutral, which lets me recruit more demons. Best enemy for farming money, and it's like not even close. That's really funny. What a goofy way to do that. That's just telling you like the state, right? It doesn't tell you how deep into one of those categories you are. I didn't have the instructions to build the character, I would never put points in intelligence, and then probably never be able to do any negotiations. Stat building also doesn't seem great for this game. It feels like it's just like an opportunity to really brick your character. You get to go in a robot body. How much is that hitting for? Not a lot, but also sleep means it's fine. This fucking guy. Sweet, thank you. It's a bad sign, though, that I'm not going to get third-party member back. Don't go to Ikebukuro. I want to get, like, lots of books about men kissing. Let me go to Ikebukuro. Found a really cool gacha machine in Ikebukuro, though, that had Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster like keychains. I got everything from it except for Strago and Esperterra. Well, shit. Two elevators, huh? Bottom left two rooms don't matter, hopefully. Hey, it's that tower. Okay. It was kind of a cool twist in Shin Megami Tensei 4 with like this weird fantasy reality existing above the tower. It was a very striking visual. To what extent is every Shin Megami Tensei game like just kind of based on the same book? It seemed like they kind of explore a lot of the same themes, which is fine. So does Final Fantasy, but the original author of the Megami Tensei books showed up in my algorithm recently. Seems like a cool dude. Hey, Alphabet, how you doing? Digital Devil Saga is based on a different set of books. Digital Devil Saga feels pretty different. This whole thing about like cannibalism, right, is kind of cool. Deaddove.jpg. Sure, yeah. I would say that it feels like Shin Megami Tensei is too dependent on calling back to the same cast of demons over and over, but like that's an unfair characterization because Final Fantasy has the same like rotating cast of monsters, and the summon monsters always come back and have different roles that are similar in each game. So. I don't know, I guess I feel like Final Fantasy's recurring stuff is much more consistent. Like in terms of like even just the mechanics, like okay, if Ifrit shows up, it's fire. I guess they have some consistency. Sometimes a demon will show up and almost always work the same way, but unfortunately, I feel like it has a similar issue to Dragon Quest, where I joked during Dragon Quest that we're like reaching into the Akira Toriyama JPEG folder, right? Like somebody wrote the story and it's like, okay, well now we need to have a boss fight. So, I don't know, just grab one of the 70 Akira Toriyama monsters, right? Some of the games are better than others. I think Dragon Quest VII was particularly bad about just like, okay, here's an eagle. Why is it an eagle? I don't fucking know, man. Whatever. I think the worst case scenario is like you're talking to like a human person and they're like chatting you up and then a boss fight triggers and it's just the Akira Toriyama eagle, right? Like what? Why did he become a monster? That doesn't make any sense. I guess in Shin Megami Tensei they have the excuse of all these like people either commanding demons or fusing with demons or whatever, so that he suddenly turns into a dick monster I guess isn't completely out of nowhere like it is in Dragon Quest VII. I thought 11 did a slightly better job of trying to integrate the like classic Dragon Quest monsters into the story and be like, okay, well this is like the robot dungeon, so the boss is a robot, so at least it's motivated. But I feel like in Final Fantasy, if like Shiva is gonna show up in this story, it's gonna be in like the ice temple, right? Like they won't just like bust out Shiva out of nowhere. I think that fits the bosses in 4. First boss is the Minotaur, right? That made me so mad. Kind of the same thing I'm getting now with Expedition 33, where it's like everybody's like, Shin Megami Tensei is a really hard game series, so you have to grind a lot to not die. So in Shin Megami Tensei 4, I grinded a lot at the beginning because of all the people warning me that the series was hard. I was like very careful with going back and forth from the starting area to the free heal. And a bunch of people on YouTube were pissed that I leveled up too much and I didn't get one shot by the Minotaur boss or whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck do you want from me? There's like a contingent of like JRPG fans who watch blind playthroughs of games who like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like they want the people playing these games blind to somehow perfectly keep themselves in the Goldilocks zone of like combat balance, to like constantly be grinding and then stopping grinding and running away from battle and unequipping powerful stuff, right, to make sure that the game never becomes too easy or too hard at any given moment. And it's like, I want to die. I hate this. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's a callback. I wouldn't be opposed to trying the original Megami Tensei at some point. Here it's even jankier and less friendly than this, but what's Shin Megami Tensei If? I saw that cartridge while I was in Japan. Is it just another standard SMT dungeon crawler JRPG? Sequel spin-off to this game with mechanics like this with a few new weird mechanics. Okay. To get a vitality incense. Probably asked this in a previous episode, but do you gain anything from leveling up aside from where you put the stat point? Like, do you automatically get some HP or something? I know level also affects like whether you can recruit demons, right? Didn't roll Walter as your ally, which is a big debuff. Holy shit, that game. I'm really liking Expedition 33, but I'm gonna blow a fucking gasket about the game is too easy now because you played too much of it. Streamers just rushing through the game and skipping all the side content is usually the complaint I get. That I finally find a game where I want to do everything because I like it, and everyone's like, streamer did too much stuff and now the game's too easy, and I'm like, I long for death. Walter casts Augie, which Minotaur nulls, has a high chance of making him smirk. Cool. Cool video game. Smirk is... what the fuck, man? Like... it's like... you're gonna get the announcement, like, good evening, Shin Megami Tensei has been a 40-year psychological study by the University of Harvard. We've now concluded our study. Thank you for your time. Like, what the fuck is the combination of smirking and press turns and losing turns from missing, right? Like... I feel like smirk would be fine in another game, but on top of press turn and everything else, it's like, what? Are you kidding? You're joking, right? Like, it's on the edge of being funny. I think if you did that in Fear and Hunger, it could be funny because it would be like, look how, like, comically unfair this is, right? I guess it never plays for me as a joke because the rest of the game is kind of set up around it. It just means that 1 in every 250 battles or so, something completely unfair happens that's totally outside your control. If it happened in, like, every other battle, it would feel like, okay, this is just an unfair game. It would be like, it's the difference between I want to be the guy where on the first screen, the apples fall and kill you instantly, and, like, every apple falls, right? And then once you think you've passed them, the one apple that didn't fall, when you jump over it, it flies up and hits you. It's like if that was the game, except only one apple fell, like 15 hours into the game. It's like, it's one thing if you set the expectation that this is what this is like. I'd be really interested to see if anyone's, like, talked about press turns, if there's someone else out there who's a curmudgeon like me and doesn't like them and has tried to kind of articulate the problem. Because obviously there's the snowballing advantage and disadvantage problem that we've already talked about to death. That's, like, super obvious. I wonder, like, is a bigger issue with press turn the way that it makes picking the right elemental spell so consequential as to, like, pre-solve combat in a way that makes it can never be interesting because of that, right? Like, again, taking Fear and Hunger as an example, you know, basically every enemy in Fear and Hunger, if you're able to take their head out, the fight just ends no matter what. But their head is, like, really, really hard to target. It tends to have, like, much higher evasion than every other body part until you take out every other body part first, right? But sometimes, as, like, a Hail Mary, it can be correct to target the head instead of use the proper element or the right status effect or target the right limb or whatever, because, like, you need to win on this turn or you will die no matter what. And I feel like those sorts of cases are, like, pretty rare in SMT. Usually it's like, okay, he's weak against light, so let me do my highest damaging light spell. And then when I'm low on health, cast Medea. And I'm like, I guess that's true in Final Fantasy. If you're fighting an ice monster, you should probably cast fire on it. But it's not quite so high consequence that if you cast the wrong element, that it's like game over, right? Yeah, I think the snowballing advantage thing isn't necessarily a unforgivable sin in and of itself. I think there's a way to design a game where you do that on purpose and you build around it, but I think kind of the implications for player strategy it's kind of degenerate, right? I think JRPGs generally sort of have an issue where they don't reward experimental play. They don't reward taking risks. If you find something that's effective, just do it over and over and you'll be fine. I guess maybe that's satisfying for a certain player brain chemistry, though, to be like, okay, I know how to beat this game. I just have to go into the fight, figure out what it's weak to, and then I'll get a million turns, and it's not a problem. And if I die, it doesn't feel bad because now I know what I have to do on my next attempt immediately. I just have to not, attack with physical and then have it repel, damaging me, causing me to lose a turn, causing the enemy to get an extra turn and smirk, or whatever the fuck happens in SMT4. I feel like I want to study Final Fantasy V more. I didn't really appreciate when I played it last until I watched my wife play it. How thoughtful that game is about the boss fights. Every boss in that game feels like an interesting puzzle that has they imagine a job that exists specifically to solve that boss's puzzle, but then it's still beatable without using that specific job if you want to. But I think you can get heavily build hard countered in Shin Megami Tensei. You can walk into a boss fight and just it is impossible to win because you have the worst possible tools for it, right? .4A gives you a small accuracy buff. 3% damage buff. Ailment proc rate is interesting. I'd like to see more games try to make ailments interesting. Feels so arbitrary. Like, oh, I'm making progress now. And I was like, actually, no, you weren't. She needs fucking everything, doesn't she? Int, magic, vit, agility. Jesus. Okay. Well, I gotta catch her vit up regardless. Do you learn a new spell? Occurred to me if I game over right now, it's going to be really tragic, so I should probably get out of here and try to save soon. That last fight was a little scary. That's good. Yeah, instant death basically always sucks in every RPG. It's one of those things that's like only really helpful for the computer, sucks for the player. If they can find a way to make instant... I don't know what this means. It's just a thing that occurred to me. This might be a meaningless statement, but if they can make it work like death blows in Sekiro, where it's like you're building up some kind of meter, and then once it's full, then instant death lands. Maybe that's stupid and doesn't actually work the way I'm imagining it, but that's the only way I can see it working. But I guess like that's not instant death anymore, right? That's... You're just filling up you're dealing damage to a different health bar. You're doing instant death points damage instead of HP damage, so. I think making it so the instant death thing does a little bit of damage and then it has a chance to end it is maybe the best you can do, but it still kind of comes down to, like, how many times do I have to cast this? How many turns do I have to cast this on average to get the death effect to proc? Versus how many times do I have to cast Faraga for the enemy's health to be depleted? Overwhelmingly, you have to cast Faraga fewer times, right? No, that looks like a boss fight. Okay. So now we'll go try to save. All right, I can teleport now. That's great. Yeah, you don't want the, was it Cathwack in Dragon Quest, where there's just a pretty substantial chance that your party just wipes, it's game over. I guess it's annoying when the computer has it, but it's at least unfair in a way that's interesting, where it's like you have no choice but to deal with getting hit by the instant death attack, but when the player is allowed to cast it, I don't think there's a way to calibrate it where it's like fair for the player. It's either like too powerful and you're going to use it all the time, which every developer doesn't allow to happen, or it's way too weak and you would never use it, which is the case 99% of the time. How much of a hike this was, jeez. Hobgoblin, let's try. I wish it was able to give you some, like, feedback as to, like, what went wrong. Fuck. This is bad. I'm glad I just saved. Oh yeah. So accessible via the world map, or? I mean, where I can go to Ikebukuro? Not a thing in 5. I think most of the games I've played, the light spell and the dark spell exclusively are instant death, which would be fine, I guess, if like they always worked in enemies that were weak to light or dark, but those are the only enemies it can work on, and then it has like a normal JRPG chance of success, which kind of sucks. Talking about this way? Let's go somewhere different than the... Oh, okay. Thanks, it wasn't clear that that went somewhere I couldn't get to with the elevator. They only kill you if you have a weakness, and then it's a 40% chance. I guess if you take the weakness, that's what you're asking for, but... That's like 0 for 6 on recruiting. Building floating in the sea. This game does a fun thing where if you're strafing and you get into a battle, it like spins you, so you lose track of which way you were facing. Persky. Sweet. Chaos, actual decent level now. Zanma Diorama. To get a shop here before I fight that boss. Assuming there is one. Is the actual Ginza town? Playing the town music. Probably gonna do a fusion, but I want to. Well, let's see. Sexy dance, but I lose some Medeas, I think. Let me review. Well, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm never going to be able to get them out to get them to cast Medea because they're going to die in one hit. So I just have to drop that entirely, I think. Save up for level 49. I guess I can't because that's an X, right? Try the Triad fusion. So anything that sucks always produces a slime. That would be new, but... Bunch of shit that sucks, okay. Okay. I'm going over a little bit until we get to 4 hours since I had to answer the phone a couple times. That's kind of cool to make this town different from the other towns. I wish more towns work like this. Get that gear upgrade urgently here. Shit. There's a lot of B1F Ginza places to explore, it seems like. Alright, not looking too hot so far. In terms of trying to find a weapon shop. Yeah, duty. I have a feeling there are no shops. Or any shops in Roppongi. They are all part of the same underground. They are? Okay. I wasn't sure because the terminal was playing the like dungeon music. It's probably a little dangerous. Enlightened centrism, that guy. Okay. Dark Crown. Italian gear. Tetrajammer Dynasty armor. What's the AFF thing? Is that like... It's not elemental resist, is it? So if it says all, what does that mean? Resist all elements? That seems kind of ridiculously strong. See, my attack kind of sucks, but... Oh, this is affinity normal, this is affinity all. Type C versus type all as well. Okay. Oh, here that shows me the comparisons. Appreciate it. the defense is still better, though. Worse evade, but evade seems very unreliable in this game. Alright, we're about at time, so I should leave Future Marstead notes. So, Future Marstead, two things you're working on right now. You can explore Ginza. You want to finish exploring this floor. You just went to this armor shop and got armor for A and D. So if you get another party member back, you're going to want to come and get them armor upgrades from here. There's probably a weapon shop here too. You're going to want to get a gun upgrade for sure if you can find one. Grind for money for that if you need to. You're almost done with the police station dungeon. I think you want to do that ASAP. Just wanted to get upgrades first. So finish exploring this floor, finish exploring Ginza. Go, I think it's down the stairs across from the save point there. And then go back into the police station, take the elevator to the top floor once you can get to it. And then there's an obvious, like, extra room that's the boss fight. So go right outside that room, summon all your demons, and fight it. Your demons suck ass right now. You basically need to fuse and get rid of them all and try to replace them all with level 30 plus demons. So anytime you fight an enemy that's not a robot and not undead, try to recruit them to get just something, right? Throw some bodies at boss fights. You can technically summon 4 demons now. And D has an ability that lets her teleport to a save point, so use that. Seems really good. Uh-oh. Okay damage on that, but... Hail of Needles. I don't want to bother. It means I didn't get any XP for the first fight. Okay. I guess she can't remove that. Whatever. Oh, I can't use the map. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, Future Marstead, the Future Marstead notes were a couple minutes ago, and then you got into a battle and everything was terrible. It wears off on its own eventually, I hope. Alright, more Shin Megami Tensei next time.